Hello, Parser people. Happy fucking Monday. Let's try and finish this game. We can do it. It's only half the game left. This can work. Not the X-Files. So, okay. So just to do a regular tour, top right is all of my references. We've got the actual game running in a emulator. We've got my playthrough of the game from now over a month ago. We've got a walkthrough, which we will be using a lot more to test and make sure that the game actually works the way that it ought to. And we've got the interactive fiction database, which has links to everything, and is really just why I really want to turn this game into something people might actually play. So what are we making? We're making Wychwood, which is a 1985 BBC Micro text adventure by Loft, by Geoff Larsen. He was, from everything that I can tell, a enthusiast programmer. So not a professional, just making games. I have no idea how this stuff was distributed. I'm actually really curious how. What was it, something that was sort of sold through, like a catalog or something? Was it just handed out to friends and went from there? Was it maybe, I can't imagine it was typed in. Was it one of those games that maybe was, so one of the wild things about specifically British games was that there was a radio show that would play the audio of the cassette versions. So you would record from the radio, you would record to a cassette, and then instead of like a disc or something like that, you'd play the cassette in your microcomputer. Really, really wild. And the sounds that it makes are absolutely bizarre. But, it's just data on a cassette. You could just record it off the radio. Super interesting way to distribute games. And then we have the Inform window. And again, we're using the Inform IDE. I'm a huge fan of it. It does all the things you need it to. It does syntax coloring. Most importantly, it has the documentation on the right-hand side. So it has 2 books that come with it, Writing with Inform and the Inform Recipe book. They're both sort of made to just copy and paste out of and edit from there. That really vibes with the way that I code, which is a lot of copy and paste and go, how does that actually work? Let me change this. Okay, that broke. What it also does on this side is tell you when you have errors. That's super neat. And what it'll even do, now that we spent last week doing a lot of organization, is it'll, instead of telling us a line number, it'll tell us what section we have. So if we go, let's hit go. Up the top we have go, replay, and release. Release is for when we're done. Replay will go through the exact order that we went through. So if we did look and then east and then north and then get stuff, that is fine. Good night, Kaz. It will go through exactly the same order. So say you're testing something and you know that there's an order to things, you can use replay to copy that. And then there's go, which starts from the beginning. So that's cool. One thing that we still need to figure out is pagination on this. There's definitely a way to do it. I will figure it out. One of the other things that's super, super cool is that we get this index. And in the index, we have all sorts of things. We have the map, which is colored based off of regions. We have other stuff. We have the contents, which breaks down the way that we organized it by section. So we can see how many words are in a given section. So it takes us 51 words for the preamble. We have 300 words when game starts. One of the longest sections is the introduction. And we have 2,500 words in the game itself. So, and each of these, the way that we've organized it is the book is a region. Each part is a room. We could get even more specific. We could go down to chapters. And I think and sections would be the next level down. So it's volume, book, part, chapter, section. But I think given the small amount of words in each room, because this is not a 2022 interactive fiction game, but a 1985 interactive fiction game, we're really limited on how many words are really there. And that's really, I think, kind of where the biggest difference is between modern interactive fiction and older style is the older style, they were really limited on how big the files could be. You know, and knowing that these were largely handwritten, you know, I definitely give any respect. I mean, any IF is, at the end of the day, somehow handwritten, but there's a lot here, you know, that I think we don't really think about when it comes to the difference between interactive fiction now and before. The limitations of file size were really, really huge. You know, and this was a huge deal for even commercial interactive fiction. J-Ram and I played most of Amnesia. And one of the things that really limited that game was once you got outside of the first section, which was, I think, really richly written, past that, well, it was a little sparse. There was a lot there, but because of the way that they designed it as a real-world map of New York, you know, it really just didn't have the file size to justify such a large map. In this case, it's not such a large map. The map is actually relatively small. We have about half the rooms already in the current map that we have. However, the challenge is that, you know, maybe it's not as deep as we would have expected for an interactive fiction game of, like, you know, if it were a modern one. A lot of different times already we've run into situations where we've been like, I really wish we had just a little more here to work with. Just a little bit more description, just a little bit more interactivity. All of these things that we kind of expect with modern IF that just ain't happening in 1985. On the other hand, it's 1985. A lot of the things that I think we take for granted now didn't exist. And I think that's really important. So, okay. That's enough maybe apologizing for this game. Some of the other things that this game does that I think designing it now we have to think about is really the motion. We see here we have this whole section. So if we go, we have west of the front lawn. And then there's a whole little section where you go down and west. Hey, Earshot Media. Yeah. That's wild, yeah. No, most certainly. We're watching. So I don't know if you've ever read the on the archive, the Internet Archive. There's the developer diary for Steve Moretsky. That is for A Mind Forever Voyaging, and it's got different revisions of the script. And there's definitely sections where it's just like, this ain't gonna fit. But yeah. Thanks for stopping by. We typically do narrative games. We do Text Adventure Tuesday, and we do Full Motion Video Friday. But this set of Mondays has been taking a BBC micro game and turning it into Inform. Kind of as a way for me to learn Inform. I do have some coding experience, but not enough. And it's been really interesting to play sort of this game from the inside out. But yeah, thanks for coming by. So what? Let's do this. Let's go through the walkthrough that we have. And this walkthrough is from solutionarchive.com. Really appreciate them. It's very nice when you have a solution. So let's make sure that the walkthrough works. So let's hit go again. And it's going to generate the code. We have a really long intro. This was really what sucked me into this game when I first played it, was this long intro. You have served your 6-month sentence for burglary, and now you hope to benefit from what you have learned. Old Jones was a good mate to you. Mind you, Jonesy doesn't realize how much information was given away whilst asleep. Sleep talking is a fairly common occurrence, I suppose. Sly old devil. Pulled off a bank robbery 3 years ago and saw that the money was never recovered. $1.5 grand stashed away where nobody would find it. Nobody except you, that is. Poor old Jones was arrested in the village of Lower Ashley, sans loot. The robbery had been from one of the banks in Greater Mudchester, 10 miles south. Lying between the two, of course, is Wychwood. Good old Jonesy, Wychwood. From what you have heard while the old codger was giving it Zeds, the money is stashed away in the vicinity of Wychwood Manor. It could still take some finding, of course, but you know how old Jonesy thinks, don't you? When you get to Wychwood, your instinct should help you. 6 months isn't long enough to dull your senses. The car was easy enough to nick, huh? Don't care much for the color, but that's the least of your concerns. Can't be much farther now. Ah, there's the turning for Wychwood. I'll park the car here. The road is quite off the beaten track, and anyway, nobody should be snooping around at this time of morning. It's not even 7 yet. All right, here goes. So we start where the car is parked. The car is parked in a country lane which leads east. The sound of singing birds fills the crisp, fresh air of an early autumn morning. The most interesting thing about the couple of games by Geoff Larsen that I've played, and I've played this, I played the 9 Dancers, and I didn't do it on stream, but I poked around at Hex, which I think is probably his best work. This is one of his earliest games. It's his 3rd game, I believe. But one of his fascinations is time puzzles, and this is super easy to do in Inform. It's really fascinated me that Inform, every turn is 1 minute by default. So if we played this for real, we get maybe 5 turns in and a distant church clock strikes 7. So all we have to do is start the game at 6:56. So actually we do that right here where it says now the time of day is 6:56 a.m. Now I don't know how many turns it is to the ending or how many turns it is to 8 o'clock. These are 2 things that I did not take a deep look at. And when I had JRAM, who is my wonderful co-host for Text Adventure Tuesdays, really the reason why I got into interactive fiction, we definitely found some clues. So I'd love to get further on that, but let's check some things out. So one thing that I did, this was originally written in the Quill. The Quill is a strictly 2-word parser. Although maybe not. I'm not totally sure. There's some puzzles in here that I think require a couple of steps. So I don't know. I'm thinking about it, but that's okay. So one of the things that I did is I aliased exam to examine as well as X. And that's to mimic the way that the 2-word parser worked. It picked up the first 4 words first 4 letters of the words that you use. So, look is 4 letters, but instead of having to type out examine all the way, you could just type exam, but it wouldn't take X. So in the spirit of making this kind of a museum piece, I'm not fixing some of the problems that I think are in the original game. I kept that. I thought it was cute, personally. So we can examine the car. Just says I've already searched the car. There's nothing inside of any use. Well, I said that this is a museum piece. There's some times where I think it's valuable to have some synonyms set up. There's a couple of times where I'm not fighting the Inform parser to create problems where there aren't in Inform. Doors are probably the biggest thing. One of the things that JRAM has kind of flagged for me with parser games is that, just open doors for me. I don't need to open the door and then go through the door. There's a couple of times where that is definitely the case, and I feel like that's almost the puzzle, and that doesn't seem like a satisfying puzzle to me, but that's okay. So from where the car is parked and there's nothing in the car, we can go east to the T-junction, and we've gone through this starting section a bunch, so I'm not going to read all of it out, but we have a T-junction that goes northeast and west. Let's keep going east. We're outside the house. And the ultimate goal of me doing this is to expand on this original setup. I think the core game here is wildly smart. I think there's limitations. I think there's some frustrating guess the verb puzzles. I think there's a lot here, but I think the core is good. One of the things that I would love to expand on is this house. It says a lovely house overlooks a small pond of lilies. The lane turns away to the north and east. The junction is west. But you can't look at the house. From here, you can't even look at the pond. The only thing that you can really do is move. And there's a lot of these like empty spots. And I don't know if that's just a design thing or what. You know, it really depends on what was in the head of the author. And that's, I've tried researching Geoff Larsen. I've tried researching Larsoft. I would love any information beyond the games themselves. There is precious little information in ZX Spectrum databases. Like I said, we have a BBC Micro emulator. So these games definitely existed, but I don't have much information. So, okay. We go east. We go east. And it says go north. So let's go north. I can't go that way. Interesting. So I have to think about that. Let me start my notepad. And definitely, like, this is, you know, one of those times where north from house. This is why I kind of want to go through the walkthrough as well, because the way that I always did it was go east to the southern pond, where we had the pond appears to be deeper here. Rising bubbles indicate the presence of pond life. Again, opportunities to expand. And then go north. Okay, we have a notice. Let's read the notice. Notice says no dumping. Great. And then what I don't like, can we search the pond here? So, okay, searching and examining are the same thing. That's great. That's great. Because that just makes sense to me with the way that examine is used in this game in particular. I think other games, maybe not. But this one in particular, I think examine and search are kind of synonyms. So searching the pond finds us steel piping. But there's nothing special about it, and this is exactly how it is in the actual game. Again, you know, give me a little description here, but that's okay. And we can get it. All right. Let's go west. So one of the interesting things about this map is that, like, things, this section in particular of the map, if we go look at it, we can see that we have this kind of dead spot right here. I wonder if that's also the north heading to the northern pond, and it just kind of elided one of those empty rooms. So that's kind of interesting. But, all right. We go west, we go west, we go north, we go north, we go west. All right, so we're outside the west cabin. So we open the door. I open the cabin door. And you notice that unlike a lot of American interactive fiction, this takes the early British style of first person. In order to do that in Inform, all you gotta do is say, now the story viewpoint is first person singular. This is kind of interesting that it's a now statement. I find it interesting anyway, because it means that you can shift story viewpoint mid-game. And that's an interesting thought. You know, I don't think in the game that you know, full disclosure, I started testing Inform with another game, but you know, maybe another game, it would make sense to shift the viewpoint mid-game. I think that's really fascinating, personally. So we open the cabin door. We can enter door, which is the way that it prefers, is enter door. Let's leave, actually. Let's see if enter cabin works. Yes, enter cabin works as well. Good. So we're inside the cabin, and there's a table and a drawer and a motto. So let's read the motto. It says, look before you leap. Awesome. That works. So table has nothing special. And again, we talked about like differences between this and the way that modern IF is written. One of sort of the core tenets of modern IF is if you mention a noun, it has to be in some way examinable. Earshot Media talked about Steve Moretsky, and you know, I think about in A Mind Forever Voyaging, how many things, and I frankly got frustrated by this, but I understood it given how expansive the game was. How many things you would examine and it would be like, oh, looks like an ordinary whatever that is. It's like, no, you gave me it in the description. What else? You know, it's nice to not be limited by file size anymore. I mean, the game that I haven't bounced this one yet, but the game that I'm working on, you know, that's already bigger than most Infocom games. And it's definitely smaller in size. It's only about 15 rooms or something. So anyway, definitely interesting to see this kind of lack of depth. But again, the way that I want to approach this is a museum piece of what this game is in 1985, and specifically the BBC Micro version that's available. And just to provide that, you know, as sort of a different way of looking at things. But we can examine the drawer, and opens the drawer, revealing a paperclip and a note. So let's get the clip. Let's get the note. Let's read the note. So one of the things that this game did is it provided these sort of like little developer notes. They're cute. So those I have updated just ever so slightly. The game originally written with the use of the quill which was all that was in the original note. I've added that it was rewritten with respect with the use of Inform 7. So that's cool. And then what happens if we look at the clip? So there's nothing special about the paper clip. And this is one of those times where I think a little bit of explanation here would be good signposting. But there's no signposting. That's fine. Okay. So we've got the drawer. We've got the paper clip. Read the note. So we can leave. Okay. And we can go east. There's another cabin. There's an east cabin. And this we have not implemented because the puzzle is not yet done. But if we look at the cabin, it's locked. If we look at the footprints, unusual. And there's a reason for that. So let's go north. We're at the front lawn. We can go west to a heavy stone slab. Now, what can we do with the slab? Well, we can't look at it. Can we pull the slab? Oops. Nope. But we can push it. A bat swoops out past me. I can also see steps down. Hey, we've got a new exit. So let's go down. We're at the bottom of the stone steps. And this is where I've struggled figuring out exactly how to manage sort of the museum aspect and maybe the most frustrating part of this game. Because what you're supposed to do is open the door and then go through it. And then you hit this tunnel. And the description here does not really give you a way back. It's a little frustrating. But that's okay. So we have a tunnel. I can barely see that a small low tunnel leads north away from the door. We can go north. Some stone steps lead down. I'm on stone steps above a trap door. Now if we try to open the trap door, this is one of those times where I think it is important to maintain the guess the verb puzzle. It's open trap door. How? If I remember right, it will pull. Yep, pull works. In the original game, it does not. But what I did was instead of creating a new verb called lifting, what I did was understand lift something as pulling. I just think it makes the most sense. So we can then go down. We have this circular room. Everything's dark. I can't see. So there's touch and feel. I believe touch will work. Yes. Touch will work. Feel will work. And so I feel a cord in front of me. We can pull the cord. And these little interstitials, I don't know how I feel about it. I think the emulation that I had was a little faster than the actual program. So in the emulation, it's like a split-second flash of click, and then it says what it is. But okay, we have a bed, we have a cupboard, we have strange symbols, we have a shelf, and a table. So let's look at these symbols. Great, there are 8 symbols. I forget what I need to do. Right. We have to start by examining the bed, which gets us a lighter. It's just a lighter. And then, if I remember right, the cupboard doesn't exist. We already did the symbols. We can look at the shelf. There's a book of the occult. Get book. Read book. It's a treasury of witchcraft and demonology. That's interesting. There's a chapter devoted to the translation of runes and symbols. Translate symbols. It gives us Apollyon, which is a biblical thing. I don't know what it is exactly. It's one of them there demons. Okay. So we have the shelf. Last thing is the table. Table gives us a cigar and a newspaper. Get cigar, get newspaper, read newspaper. So this was why I enjoyed this game, especially given the time. Just a little bit of narrative here. Spook me out a little bit. And it does that, I think, almost effectively. Alright, so we got everything that we can here. We got the symbols, we got the newspaper, we got the cigar. Let's go up. Let's go up. If I remember right, it's south. And then go door. Hey, we're at the bottom of the stone steps. So that go door, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. But that's the way the game's written. So we can go up again. We're west of the front lawn. We can go east. We can go north. And in doing that, we have a distant church clock strikes 8. So I think, now this isn't in the original game, but I think one of the things that would be really valuable for us is being able to know what time it is at a given moment. So maybe we'll put that in the status bar. I'm just writing down pagination and intro. So, okay. We have this. How do we get... Oh, well, we're one away. We gotta go north one more time. We're outside the front door. So, one thing that I missed, and we'll have to get there with the... with the with the actual game, but we can just go straight north and check it out. So one thing that I did miss, and let's start actually coding, is that there is a notice. So we're outside the front door. There's a keyhole and a notice. And a carved figurehead forms the door knocker. Base of the door has clawed scratches across it, and the morning breeze sighs wistfully as it blows through a small gap below the door. You know, I can't imagine, like just reading that, there's so much there to play with. But there is something that we have here. So, okay. The notice is scenery. in the outside the front door. Now, you can see that in the way that we have written this, we have dashes in between the words in the room name. This is because specifically in this game, I've been running into a lot of, for lack of a better word, name spacing issues. So, okay, we're outside the front door, but the front door is inside the outside the front door, and okay, we're running into some interesting namespace problems. So I'm not totally sure how to handle that, but one way to do that in a slightly less than elegant way is to name these rooms a specific way, sort of a coterie way, instead of the natural language that Inform is known for, and do it that way and use the printed name to give a pretty name. So we can see outside the front door, that's the room name. Cool. But the notice is scenery in the outside the front door. And that's all it needs to be. It doesn't need to be anything else. I guess it could be on the door, but it's just scenery. And what scenery is just an item that is a specific item that can be examined. It creates that noun, but it's not something that we can pick up and take. It's not like the wire. So the description is, and who knows what the description is? Let's find out. Let's read notice. And the description is Trevor. We have gone to the airport to meet Jeremy. Have asked the plumber to call at 10 a.m. We'll see you then, Sue and Andy. And that's all we need. But that was something that I definitely forgot. So you can see that if we hit X notice, it says I can't see any such thing. But so long as I coded that right, we should be able to hit replay. Nope. So door notice, the printed name is notice. So let's actually go. So here's the error mod, or the error report, and it says, hey, there's a problem. You wrote the notice is scenery in the northern pond, but also the notice is scenery in the outside the front door. It seems to be saying that the same object, notice, must be in two different places. This looks like a contradiction. Now, there's two solutions here. I'm taking maybe the coward's way out, because the solution that I'm going to use is I'm going to name them as two different things. The front door notice, or yes, the front door notice. And I'm going to mark this one as the pond notice and say that the printed name of both of those is notice. So now if we hit replay, it should just work. And you can see that it plays all the way through. And that's great. So awesome. Let's catch up in the emulator. Let's make this emulator as big as I can. So push slab, down, down. Open door. Enter tunnel. North. Down. Lift door. Lift trap. Down. Feel. Pull cord. So I don't really need to do anything. Let's try examining the table. Get cigar. Get newspaper. Let's also get the book. Let's translate symbols. And you can see, like, great example. Translate symboled. Well, it only picked up the first 4 letters anyway. You know, and I kind of like that. Just from friendliness to the player perspective. Okay. So we got everything that we need. Oh, wait. Examine the bed. Get lighter. We will need that later. Now we can go up, up, south, go door, up, east, south, west, open door, enter door, examine the drawer, get clip, read note, get note, leave, east, north, 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 north. Okay. So we are back. So the way to do this puzzle is we bend the paperclip. And then we slide newspaper under door. Oop. And we have just a slight issue. Which you mean the front door or the notice? And that doesn't really make much sense. So I think one thing we could do is again use this name spacing. And you know, or maybe we could call it the mansion notice instead of the door notice. Let's call it a mansion notice. And let's double check to make sure that that's not happening earlier in the game. There we go. So if we look earlier in the game, yeah, we have the same problem with the northern pond. Why don't we call it a posted notice? That sounds like a plan. You know, and like this is one of the things that I think is a little challenging about Inform, which I didn't run into in the other game that I worked on nearly as much. Maybe I will as I like continue to work on it. But what I've got really doesn't do that. So I don't know what to think about that. So now that we've renamed it the posted notice instead of the pond notice, it shouldn't. Yep, you search the pond, I can see steel piping here. Perfect. And that's one of the things that this game does quite a bit. Now, what? So let's bend the clip. Let's slide newspaper. So I wonder, I'll write this down for later. Slide newspaper works on its own. We don't need to slide the newspaper under the door. We don't need to tell where the newspaper needs to slide. So definitely something to think about there. So we have the newspaper under the door. Cardinal sin of Parser IF in 2022 is using. But in this case, we can just say use wire. Now that the bent paperclip is a wire, if we look at our inventory, it says a short wire. So we should be able to just use wire. Key falls from the other side of the door. Pull newspaper. And if we do that, pull news. So I think instead of saying okay there, I'm going to have it say I'm going to have it say the I can also seize. So oops. And I'm going to double check how I did that exactly. Yeah, so in general, an old newspaper, a brass key. So this should just work. In general, Inform is really smart about line breaks, about formatting. Sometimes you gotta help it with some explicit line breaks. And sometimes you gotta help it a little bit more with its line breaks. And that's okay. Yeah, so what we can do, so we've got the brass key, we've got the old newspaper. Get newspaper. Get brass. Why did that say nothing? Who? All right. It's definitely interesting. And I find, because we're doing a lot of work in this sense, like I definitely struggle with figuring out exactly how maybe it should go. Ah, yes. Okay. So what does it say? Get nears. Get brass. Just says okay. So, yeah, I like that. So, yeah, get brass. Nope. Say okay. And so, kind of talking about that spacing, if you put a period on the inside or the outside of the quotes, when you use say, it will give a full paragraph break. That's probably the best thing that we should do. But instead of letting it, be kind of right up against it, it's just a spacing thing. So we got the brass. So now we can unlock door. Yes. So what happens if we unlock door? So we have, after taking the brass key for the first time, but we can say instead of unlocking the door, if the player has the brass key, say I can also see? Yes. Say I can also see an open door. Now the front door is open. And most lines are terminated with semicolons. Otherwise, say, oh wait, now the front door is open. Let's also say now the front door is unlocked. Yes. Otherwise, say with what? Let's just start with that. So let's replay. Oh, nope. Let's try unlocking the front door. No? Is that not a verb? Okay, so this is one of those times where we have to use that sort of expectation. And we ran into that in, instead of pulling the cord. So there's expectations that we can use. Yes, does the player mean touching the cord? It is very likely. So we can... Does the player mean touching... So unlocking... Unlocking... How does that work exactly? Yeah. Unlocking the front door with the brass key. It is very likely. So it's saying unlock isn't its own thing. That's interesting. So we've got this. So instead of unlocking the front door, I wrote instead of unlocking the front door. Maybe it's not called the front door. Maybe it's called the mansion door. No, it's front door. Unlocking the front door with the brass key. Ooh, that might be it. Yep. There we go. So if we look, we should have I can also see an open door. So we kind of need to add that to our description. So if we scroll all the way up here, we can do if the front door is unlocked, yeah, we do that, and we do that, and we do an extra line break. And let's see what that... Oh, no! It's because there's no period here. So this is where spacing gets a little wonky. So if we have two periods in a row, that starts looking a little weird. Yeah, so we can see that here. Okay. So that makes sense with outside the front door there. That makes sense there. Alright, so I don't think we need this extra line break here. What if we make it a paragraph break? And, you know, this is the kind of thing where I think that looks good. I can also see an open door. Break X door. Is that how that looks here? Yeah, that all looks great. I love it. Cool. So enter door. Enter door. Let's check our inventory. Let's check our Yeah, so this is where I think revisions come into play, and revisions are definitely interesting when it comes to this era of games. You know, people were trying to make their games a little bit better. The specific thing here is that in the walkthrough, it says make sure get the brass key to avoid locking yourself out later. We don't actually need to do that in this version. So to maintain that, the actual live version, not going to worry about it. So we open the door, go through the door, and now we've gotten to exactly where we were. So yeah, it took us an hour to walk through that, but we have successfully tested the game. We know what's kind of going on now. This is, at least to me, really cool. So I am frantically looking for my original maps, which I might not be able to find, and that's okay. So we don't need maps where we're going. We know where we're going. We got this. We've got the actual game in front of us. We've got this. We don't need to worry about it. There we go. Nope, found it. Even better. So, yeah. So, we're in the front hallway at the bottom of a staircase. Dining room is east, lounge is west. A painting of Stonehenge hangs on the wall and the front door is south. So that's exactly what we have. And we can start naming things. We can do the front hallway. Is east of the lounge and west of the dining room. So let's start with, gosh, we have so many options now. So we're inside Wychwood Manor, finally. Part of me wants to get a little bit wonky with this. I'm not going to. Let's make some progress on the actual game itself, and then we can add some flair. So far, I've got 4 issues that I've pulled up, which is that theoretically we can go north from the house. I kind of want to put the time in the status bar. I want to fix the pagination in the intro. I really don't like that, at least in the demo that we get a little blank screen kind of action. Don't like that. And then we need to think about like sliding the newspaper. As a action without like slide it under something, because we actually don't need sliding under. Let me just see what we did. So slide other thing under something as putting it on. So yeah, we need to think about this a little bit. So that's all interesting. You know, and we've definitely, having played through that now, I feel a lot better about the progress that we've made in 2 weeks. And what has it been? Approximately 10 hours of stream time, including some playtime, for sure. All right. So we have this room, and if I remember right, none of this stuff is examinable. Examine painting. Examine staircase. Examine wall. Cool. So I know east we have some stuff. The dining room has some interesting stuff in it. I think the lounge... Well, no. I think it would make more sense to do the dining room because that's kind of a dead end. And I'd rather take care of that. So let's go east. So the dining room is a room. What kind of room is it? Let's give a description. I am in the dining room. An ornate chandelier hangs from the ceiling, and a brass candelabrum sits on a thick wooden mantel shelf. There is also a bowl of fruit here. Now, the bowl of fruit is not just scenery, but let's see what else we've got. So, I don't believe we can go east yet. Let's hit replay. Oh no. That's the problem. Gotta always make sure when we use our part and book and all of that kind of stuff that we add a separate thing. All right. That's why capitalizing. Things need to be lowercase. Uppercase things are proper nouns. If we go east... Great. That's not how to spell candelabrum. Candelabrum. Candelabrum? Candelabrum. Candelabrum? Okay. So let's examine the mantle. Nothing special. Let's examine the chandelier. Nothing special. Let's examine the fruit. Let's examine the bowl. So nothing special about any of that. Can we get fruit? I can't carry anymore. So one thing I am absolutely not implementing because I hate it and it doesn't make sense in a text game is I don't have it. What do I have? Okay. Let's drop the book. Get fruit. Examine fruit. Eat fruit. Ugh. Okay. So we've got some stuff here. This is kind of fun. All right. The fruit is a thing in the dining room. And I'm glad that, like, we can test this stuff out and we can try it. So this is a really cool, at least in my eyes, example of maybe some things that, like, I don't know, in my eyes definitely is like just a little bit of fun. You know, you can pick up the fruit, you can eat it. It doesn't do anything. It's not points. One of the things I like about this is that there's no points. One might say that there's no point. Haha. No. But, you know, hey, there's the fruit. Printed name is, what is it? A bowl of fruit? I think the printed name is a bowl of fruit. So we can play through all of this. And once we get through these two rooms, I think what I'll do is start playing with this, because this room has some fun things. Let's rephrase that. I can see a bowl of fruit. So if we get fruit, what does that say? It says a whole bowl of fruit. Huh. If the player has the fruit, otherwise, and if the player has the fruit, it's called just a fruit. So now what? Will you work? Will you work the way I think you will? Awesome. Let's double check. So I've got a list here from the Interactive Fiction forums that has every... Yes, okay. That has every verb that Inform appreciates. So every so often I do check that. Eat is absolutely a standard word. So we could do, instead of eating... Well, what happens if we eat the fruit? Eat fruit. That's plainly inedible. Yeah, no. I mean, it says that it's kind of gross, but that's okay. Instead of eating the fruit, say ugh. Now the fruit is nowhere. Say ugh. And we're actually going to undo this and test this a couple different ways. So if we hit I, yeah, we no longer have it. But let's undo. Let's undo again. So we still have it. Let's undo. Twice more. We still have it. We still have it. Let's undo. Twice more. We still have it. We do. Let's just keep undoing for a while. There we go. Okay. So can we eat fruit? We can. Okay. So we have to do some interesting things. So if the player has the fruit, otherwise, say say something, and we'll have to test what that actually should say. Eating fruit. When not in inventory. But let's just say I don't have the fruit. I don't have any fruit? That sounds like English. Okay. So it should say I don't have the fruit here. I don't have any fruit. But if we get the fruit and then eat the fruit, just says ugh. Awesome. Well, let's keep this book. Oh, I can't carry anymore. Why can't I? Oh, I have the whole bowl. Can I just keep eating fruit? Does it not get rid of my fruit? It doesn't. Okay. Wait a minute. So it keeps the bowl of fruit, and it just says bowl of fruit. So I actually overthought this a little bit. Overthought this a lot. I thought it was a little fancier. Well, that's okay. Cool. So what if I drop the bowl and then try to eat fruit? Oh. I don't even need the Huh. I don't even need to have the bowl. So I'm not totally sure how that. So what if I go west and then eat fruit? It just always says that. Well, all right. So I don't even, again, like, kind of overthinking it. But, this is kind of the craft of doing this. Like, if you don't see a fruit, you're not going to eat it. So why code, the if-then statement in this setup where, you're really, really limited? I think in a modern IF game, that would be easily filed as a bug. And this is where I think QA comes in. This is also where I think revisions come in. If we scroll all the way to the top of this, we have in here, we have releases. Hey. In here we have release, we have serial numbers, all of these things. This still existed at the same time. Like, we're working from version E4. And I wanted to be specific about that because it seems that the interactive fiction database has a slightly different intro. It seems that the walkthrough that I'm using uses a slightly different sort of version. And maybe there were differences between the ZX Spectrum version and the BBC Micro version. Who knows? I think there's all sorts of things there. But okay. Just sort of stress testing a 30-year-old game. 35-year-old game. No big deal. Okay. So we check this chandelier. But I know this candelabrum. Ah, yes. So the candelabrum feels loose. The candelabrum is scenery. Can we get the candelabrum? No. Okay, so the candelabrum is scenery in the dining room. The candelabrum feels loose. Understand candle as candelabrum. And while we're at it, understand canned as candelabra. Candelabrum. And I think one of the things that I'll do, maybe off stream, maybe on stream, is get all the 4-letter versions. I just think that might be fun. We are making good progress today. We are not running into the same problems that we had last week where we started with a bunch of bugs. And the reason why I've been doing this sort of on stream is that I really enjoy kind of this showing the work, showing the effort that goes into creating something like this. I definitely am interested in highlighting like what it's really like to write an IF game, and having the template of a old IF game I think is neat. And I think gives us good scope in a way that, all right, if I was working from scratch, It would just be a lot of time of me thinking and going, is that really what I wanted to say? No, I've got how it says. For better or for worse, I've got how it says. So, okay. Let's just make sure that we can get this rolling. So, it is running. We have done all the things. One thing I haven't noticed, and it's mostly because I'm not paying attention, is if our time is correct. I think we've had the 8 o'clock. Yes, we have a distant church clock strikes 8. So that's good. We've seen that. And we saw that actually in the emulated version as well. So we're back in the dining room. Okay. Candelabrum feels loose. So we need to pull candelabrum. There is a creaking sound. Excellent. So we have the candelabrum. Instead of pulling the candelabrum, say I hear a creaking sound. Say so, okay. So how do we do this? So it says I hear a creaking sound. And we got the I can also see. And I want to keep that. Say I can also see. And opening. I was expecting that. Oh, that's why. Semicolons, semicolons, semicolons. All day, every day, semicolons. So we're good. Candelabrum feels loose. Okay. So we can pull candelabrum. I hear a creaking sound. I can also see an opening. So I'm going to add an extra line break to the beginning of that just to give it a little breathing room. So is that how we've been doing this? I can also see, and then in full space I'm carrying. Now I'm second guessing myself. Yeah, you know, that's not how we've been doing this. We've been doing it that way. we can see how many steps it is. There we go. I like that. That looks better. I can also see an opening. So sounds like we have a door. Sounds like we have a door. So doors are kind of pseudo rooms in Inform. They're not quite another room, but they go in between rooms. So this is all stuff in there. So we can call it the opening is the door. The opening, let's say, is north of the dining room. And south of, well, let's call it a secret room. South of the secret room. The opening is scenery. It won't be listed. The front door, the opening is locked. Nothing unlocks it because when we pull the candelabrum, we will say, now the opening is unlocked. And we'll say the opening is locked. Instead of entering the opening, try going north. And let's hit replay and see what we messed up. Nothing. Wow, if I figured out how to do doors. Amazing. The thing that's built in. So what if we go enter opening? We're in the secret room. All right. Part 3. The secret room. The secret room. The secret room. The secret room is a room. And I love this room. This room is one of the things that, like, again, really pulled me into this game. You know, playing this game for the first time was a experience of being pulled in and taken out and pulled back in. But, alright. I'm within a small secret room. Several photographs of leading communists hang on the wall. Now, there are 3 items in this room, and they're actually items. I can also see a Russian flag, a diary, and a memo pad. Cool, cool, cool. So we have 3 items and the photographs. So let me just double check. Nothing interesting about the photographs. Missed opportunity, but again, you know, we talked about this. Small file sizes. You know, and an enthusiast game. Like, I'm never going to be upset about this. Oops. Let's just see if anything else. Examine the flag. Ooh, cool. Examine the diary. Examine the memo. So, cool. There's nothing else in this room. We have 3 items. We have a Russian flag. Is an item in the secret room. The description is it shows a hammer and sickle. A diary is an item in the secret room. Diary contains names and addresses. The memo. So, didn't we have a memo before? Let's think about this before we go around to this. And this is also why, so pretty much every inform tutorial says get your stuff together first. Figure out all the things so that you don't run into these name spacing issues, so that you don't run into the, well, you have a notice here and a notice there. What do? On the other hand, I think going about it this way also shows that, like, bit of complication. And we're actually going to need to... Well, we're in the building. What did we miss? Nothing. Okay. Okay. So we're looking for another memo. The other memo would be inside the west cabin. So we have a motto, we have a paperclip, and a note, but not a memo. Cool. There's no other time in the source. And this is when searching the source can be good. Great. No. The memo is an item in the secret room. So, I'm wondering... So, don't miss adventure number 4. The 9 dancers. I'm wondering what we can say here for ourselves. Maybe in the diary we can hide something instead of on the memo. I'm not sure if we need that diary. Let's do this. Let's say Larsoft's adventure number 4. Let's just capitalize that. Just to make it a little bit nicer. The 9 dancers. Or Furkongs. Enterprise. You know, I don't think I'd ever put that in a game of my own. But this is a museum piece. And doing that was really common at the time. And I think a respectable thing to do, to be honest. You know, if you're gonna be examining everything, yeah, I don't think there's any like shade in doing that. Maybe that's just me. But that's okay. Let's keep continuing. You know, I definitely think about this, like, in general. So, okay. We have all these things. I know we need the flag. Let's double check our walkthrough. We have the pond, we have the bucket. It looks like we just need the Russian flag. Cool. And while I'm doing this, I'm going to split up this book. Just because I know there's a lot that goes on. So we have all that. So I think we've gotten everything. I need to get the flag. Don't need to get anything else. So let's go set. Okay. Out. Leave. Ah, and it pops up with the panel closes up. So instead of, how did I do that before? I definitely did that in the cabins. I implemented that leave. And one of the things that I've found interesting with Inform, like I really do think that if I could, I would absolutely have a bunch of different files instead of one large file. I think that's the one thing I don't like about Inform so far. You know, maybe I would have different files for each of these books and leave it at that. Or if I really had a complex game, you know, I would approach it where, you know, maybe each region had their own file, something like that. Huh. So I have entering. Ah, yes, instead of exiting. That's the language. Instead of exiting in the secret room, try going south. Carry out going south in the secret room. Say the what does it say? Let's pull candelabrum and then leave. Oh wait. Enter passage. Go passage. Oh. Enter opening. Leave. The panel closes up. And I'm going to add behind you. Now, the opening is closed. Now the opening is locked. All right, let's hit replay. Oh no! First things first, let's capitalize Russian. Oh. Not item, thing. Is and thing. No, it's a thing. Let's hit replay. Nice. We made some progress. Another thing that, even though it's a museum piece, I think implementing some kind of hint system would be nice. Oh no. That's interesting. The description is. Let's update that all with descriptions. That's kind of nifty, though. I didn't know that. That it would show just text like that. Okay, so X flag. We need to get the flag. X diary. Diary contains names and addresses. Sure, let's get the diary. And then X memo. Do I capitalize my name? I don't know. Nope. So, cool. Cool. So, let's pull Candelabrum one more time. Let's read the memo. Let's examine the memo. Oh, wait. Enter opening. Read memo. It says... Whoops. Okay, that's a little bit better. So many steps. All right, I like that. But it's not just a memo, it's a memo pad. And it should still read as memo. One thing that I've definitely struggled with sort of the namespaces and the naming conventions and all that kind of fun stuff with Inform is when do I need to be explicit about what things are called versus not. But one of the things that I have had some success with is definitely, trying it and see before I actually go through with it and explicitly say, hey, understand memo as memo pad. Okay. So what happens now if we leave? The panel closes up behind you. Can we go passageway? No, it's called opening. Go opening. First, opening the opening. It seems to be locked. Aha. Cool. So what happens? All right. So we leave. Go opening. You know what? I think that's fine. The original game says I can't go in that direction, but I like that. So we could pull the candelabrum again and then go opening. Got it. Okay, get memo. Leave. Cool. So that was successfully done. All right. Now, of this, I know for a fact that the flag is necessary. Let's do one more thing. Let's go west. Let's make sure we keeping things front hallway. All right, let's go west of the lounge. Cool. Part 4, the lounge. Oops, we totally forgot that. There's one whole extra thing. There we go. Part 4, the lounge. And we've been using these parts and these sections just to keep things organized. If we go to the index again, like we can really, hey, go to the index. We can really figure out, all sorts of things. If we go to contents, like one of the most valuable things with the contents is we can see what nouns are in each section. So it can be like the secret room. Okay, the secret room has these things in it. If we didn't do that, we wouldn't be able to, I think, keep it straight. Definitely in the other game that I had made, or that I'm working on, like, before I organized everything, and it took me longer to organize it because I didn't know what I was doing. Before I organized it, it really started to get kind of difficult to say, okay, well, where is this noun? Have I used this noun before? What really is going on here? Where, okay, now I've got an alphabetical list of things that are named. So in the front hallway, we named the lounge and the dining room. Okay, well, they're not redefined in part 2 and 3, but we've got the candelabrum, the fruit, the opening, and then the secret room. And then in the secret room, we have our 3 nouns. So it's definitely interesting to me that, like, we can use this stuff. We can really treat this as a way to, keep ourselves organized, keep ourselves like paying attention, lest we, I don't know, maybe underthink it a little bit. So one thing that we didn't do, and I want to go back to before we get too far, is you see here how it says cabins area, pond area, parking area. If we go to our map, and again, this is like the whole name of this game is to keep things organized in a good way. If we go to the map, we have all of this coloring. So we could actually create these regions. And in creating a region, it just is more organization. We know what's going on. We know what, even like treating it as scenes, treating it as sections. It's definitely something that I'm thinking about just from an organizational perspective. But we've definitely made some progress already. You know, we have the front hallway. It goes to the lounge. We have the dining room. We have the secret room. We have a door in between. You know, and this is really the kind of thing that I'm excited by, you know? Anyway. All right, so we have the lounge. We know that the lounge is a room. The lounge contains several glass cases. Displaying mounted fish. Amongst many photographs of game fish is a portrait of a man, woman, and child. The smell of fresh paint comes from the north. The rod and line is a thing in the lounge. Can we examine the rod? I see nothing special. Okay. Can we examine the photographs? I see nothing special. Hello, Kaz. How's your sleep going? Let's examine the fish. It's a very large fish. Let's examine the case. I see nothing special. So, weirdly enough, the fish is scenery in the lounge. And what does it say? It says very large fish. We can't get it, but why not? The description is very large fish. Kind of silly, but this game is sometimes a little silly. So while we're here, let's examine the fish. Okay, I can't see any such thing. Let's retry that. We have the rod and line. We have the fish. So we should see something interesting that's like, all right, I can see a rod and line. Yeah, all right. So let's get the rod. And let's get the rod. Cool. So I think we'll come back to the downstairs. There's a few more rooms. But I want to go upstairs. And I would call that a different book. Just to not have too many parts to any one specific section. So we have book, Wychwood Manor, upstairs. I can definitely see why you're constantly tired, yes. Well, I appreciate the company. Top of the stairs. The top of the stairs is a room. The top of the stairs is above. Whoo boy, what is that called? The front hallway. The front hallway. The description certainly is a description. I am at the top of the stairs with exits north, east, west, and down. So let's hit replay and make sure that this doesn't do anything silly. Hey, it doesn't do anything silly. Neat. So what's kind of cool is that we should be relatively close to where we are. I think the only thing that we don't have that maybe we'll have to speed run to get is the piping. But we are not there yet. There is still... This is kind of the second act of the game. There's still one more act after this, which is outside of the mansion. But it is relatively short. So to give us an idea of where we are exactly, we are... Once we finish this next section, we'll be this far. So we'll have gotten through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paragraphs out of 10. So, assuming nothing gets in our way, we very well might achieve our goal of finishing this game before the end of tonight. I probably just jinxed myself by saying that. But the 2 hardest puzzles are done. The rest of the puzzles are doing things and having the right thing. There's kind of an interesting order puzzle. But, yeah, it's really not that much. I wasn't kidding when I said that, you know, this is definitely doable. I say that to hype myself up. All right. So there's not much in the top of the stairs. Or is there? Ha ha ha. But for right now, there's not much in the top of the stairs. So let's go east. Just wanted to pick a direction. East bedroom. And we might need to namespace this. I'm in fact going to before I get in trouble. Oh boy, Twitch Studio. I'm allowed to hit a capital E. Let me really quickly check that. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. Interesting. I love it. Cool, cool, cool. Well, we're going to call it the east bedroom is east of the top of the stairs. The printed name is east bedroom. Yeah, it keeps... Huh. Grumpy little thing. Alright, so the printed name is east bedroom. But that's not what we really want. We want the description. I am in the east bedroom. Beneath the window is a large bed, and a cabinet stands against one wall. Printed name is the east bedroom. So, alright, let's examine the bed. Nothing special. Let's examine the window. Nothing special. Let's examine the cabinet. Nothing special. Is there really nothing in this room? There is nothing in this room. Hey, I'll take that. Not really from a design perspective, but from hey, we just got another room done perspective. I'll take that all day. So we got the west bedroom. We can do a lot of things. So let's go west. Let's go west. I'm in the west bedroom. The floor is covered by a thick pile carpet and a chest of drawers and double bed make up the main items of furniture. The printed name is not east bedroom, but west bedroom. Cool, cool, cool. However, there's a lot more in here. So if we examine the bed, I can also see a credit card. Now, why is there a credit card in the bed? Let's not worry about things. So how did we do this? Yeah, okay. So we did this the same way. So there's a credit card. Cool. The credit card is a thing. The credit card is nowhere. The description is it expires soon. Nice little bit of cuteness there. I can also see a credit card. Cool. Credit card. And one of the things that I definitely struggle with just in general with coding is not repeating myself. DRY is a really great principle, but I'm here to get things done. So if I have to repeat myself, I will rather that. So we've got the east bedroom. We've got a credit card that pops up when we examine the bed. And we should probably do some bug fixing around that so that the credit card doesn't like pop out of our hand into the circular room. What actually happens? So if we get the credit card and then examine the bed, it says I see nothing special. So how do I add that to my ever increasing list of things to work on? Items after searching. Sure, why not? So we will deal with that later. That's just some, hey, if it exists, don't recreate it, don't move it. Like, if the credit card is nowhere, then put it in the right room. But for right now, we can just get it to work. That's all I really want. Okay. Well, what we could actually do is say if the credit card is nowhere, say I can also see whatever. Otherwise, say I see nothing special. That feels a little better. But we should check that across all the other rooms because that's a super simple thing we can do. Okay, but we have other things we can examine here. So let's examine the drawers. Nothing special. Let's examine the carpet. Nothing special. Let's examine the floor. Nothing special. Floor, carpet, drawers, bed. Great. So we've completed that. Best part, a bathroom. I do love that all of the things that talk about creating an inform basically say do not create bathrooms, do not create kitchens. The reason why is actually directly related to my personal grand unified theory of toilets. If there is a toilet in a video game, it must flush. So if you start describing a bathroom, there's a lot of different things in a bathroom. You have a sink, you have a toilet, you have either a shower or a tub. You have cabinets, you have a medicine cabinet. And you start creating this problem in text-based fiction or text-based games where, okay, if you describe each of those things, well, what's actually like plot critical? What's driving the narrative? Or what's like in Phantasmagoria where, yeah, there is a fully functioning bathroom. You can flush the toilet. Man, that was a long scene. You can do your makeup a couple of different ways. You can put lotion on. You can wash your hands. You can turn on the shower. All of which does literally nothing to the plot. On the other hand, like, if you're gonna make a bathroom, is it a bathroom without a toilet? So their general and the same kind of thing like applies to a kitchen. Like, you have a stove, you have a sink, you have a fridge, you have all the things that make a kitchen a kitchen. Now you have games like A Mind Forever Voyaging that kind of turn that on its head. Like, it uses the fridge as a narrative device. You can open the fridge, you can see what's in the fridge. As you go through the years in that game, opening the fridge, seeing what's in it, you no longer have like baby milk in the fridge when you're later in the game because your son has grown up. So it's little stuff like that. That's actually kind of like subverting the rule, using the rule appropriately. Like, you can turn on the sink does different things. You know, as things get worse in the game, your like water gets cut. Stuff like that. So it's definitely you can do it well. But I don't know if necessarily you need to do it every time. But yeah, we've got a pretty plain bathroom. The bathroom. You know, there's a bathroom on the right. The bathroom is north. It's north of the top of the stairs. Let's type some bathroom stuff. The bathroom window overlooks a village to the north and a full-length mirror hangs on one wall. The chair is a supporter in the bathroom. Can we examine this chair? Nope. But we can move the chair. We can push the chair. Can't we? Push chair. Nope, we can't. We can get the chair. Okay. So we can get the chair. Now, I know a pretty fun thing here. The mirror is scenery in the bathroom. What happens when we examine the mirror? Is that something standing behind me? And I'm not gonna implement the the sort of jump scare part. Maybe I should, but that's okay. Whoops. Typo. You wrote otherwise. Because some things should be semicolons. So we've gone through quite a bit of this game, and I do quite like it. We've made some real progress today, and we still have plenty of time. Okay. Ooh, that's a typo. Smell of fresh paint. We'll come back to that though. Okay, so let's go east of the front hallway. Can we go up? We can. We can go east, and there's nothing. There's no bed. You know, what happens if we examine, I don't know, teeth? So I wonder, what happens if we so we go here, go west. Let's examine the bed. Oh no. The bed is scenery in the west bedroom. Alright, so we're gonna call the bed here the spooky bed. No, maybe not spooky bed. Maybe, the hidden bed. And then we can... Is that it? Do we not... There we go. Instead of examining the hidden bed. And then bebop up. The printed name is bed. And then we can do the manor bed. The manor bed is scenery in the west bedroom. Instead of searching the manor bed, the printed name is just bed. Instead of searching the manor bed, instead of examining the manor bed, let's try that again. So again, namespacing items. There's a way to make a item a kind of item that might solve a lot of sins when it comes to making this work a little bit better. But for right now, I think we can just name things as they are. And again, we have this. We do have, you know, some inconsistent line breaking. It's a little frustrating, but it is what it is. Oh, line breaks. Oh, how you frustrate me so. but that's fine. This is why don't repeat yourself is a really good concept, so that you don't have to make changes twice like that. But for right now, good enough. Let's see. I just want a line break. Why are you gonna be like that? Formatting's definitely always an issue. There we go. That looks a little bit better. Okay. So we got the bedroom. Let's get the card. Let's examine the bed again. Cool. Nothing special. Good job. Let's examine the card. It expires soon. Very cute. We go east. We go north. There's a chair. Let's examine the mirror. Cool, cool, cool. Let's get the chair. That's fixed in place. No, no, no. It's a thing. Chair is a supporter. No, no, no. Chair is a thing. It's not scenery. It's not fixed in place. We can get the chair. Don't do anything foolish. No, that's fixed in place. Oh, no. All right. Huh. Well, how do we make something a movable chair? Huh. Here we go. And this is exactly what I love about the IDE here. Yeah, well, a chair is always enterable. I mean, okay. Yeah, so that's interesting. So, like, we were talking about kinds. This is not what I was looking for, but it's all right. Vibes. So we were talking about, like, kinds. So they call a staircase a kind of a door. Which I think neat idea. A chair that can be moved. Chair is always enterable. The command chair is an enterable support. Let's keep kind of poking around here. It's a kind of supporter with carrying capacity. How do we make this chair be able to move? How do we do it? We Google. Movable chair Inform 7. Okay, yes. Movable chair. Furniture in Inform. Excellent. Most domestic furniture consists of supporters and containers of one size or another. This means that the simplest furniture needs no elaborate instructions. Yes, all sorts of things. Nested rooms. Yeah. Position within rooms. See room descriptions for tables and other furniture whose content listing is suppressed or modified in a room description. But no. We don't want to suppress it. It's the exact opposite. I can see a chair here. We should be able to... move this chair. What if... Okay. Movable? A movable item. Object. Yes. Movable. Scroll all the way to where the search thing is. Yeah, so what if... Alright, so what if we say the chair is draggable? Can we take it then? No. Can we say takeable? Can we say chair is takeable? Replay. Takeable. Not scenery. Ah, yes. All right, moving backdrops. It's backdrops. Darn. Maybe the chair is not scenery. Maybe we can take it. Doot. No, it's not fixed. The chair is not fixed. Okay. Fixed. No, that's in the source. Let's try documentation. Yes. Okay. Property of being fixed in place. Ensures that the player cannot pick the item up and walk away with it. The opposite condition is to be portable. The chair is portable. I knew there had to be a word for it. That is one of the challenges, again, of like verbal kind of coding like this, where, all right, chair is portable. Portable? I guess. All right. So is that where we are? We have a chair. Let's go south. Wait, what is it? I walk through the door and then hear a squeaking sound? Examine mirror. So after going south for the first time from in the bathroom, say you hear as you walk through the door, you hear a squeaking sound? Is that what it said? After going south in the bathroom for the first time. Yeah. Huh. After trying south in the bathroom for the first time? No? After going south from the bathroom for the first time? You know, I love these like little tiny things that it does. So that's why I'm kind of hyper focusing on that. Oh. So, am I in the bathroom? No, I'm at the top of the stairs. That needs to be capitalized. And then, okay. After going south from the bathroom for the first time, then try looking. Yeah. Okay, great. So, drop the chair. Stand on chair. Get down. Down. Up. Get on chair. Nope. Drop chair. Stand chair. Okay. Hey, the church clocks strike 9. So yeah, this is definitely why I kind of want the sign on to see how many turns it really is. Okay. So let's go back to... Okay, we're here. Can we drop the chair? Can we stand on chair? That's not something I can stand on. Stand chair. I think this might be as good a time as any to take a bit of a streamer union break and think about this. So what exactly do we need to do here? We need to get the chair, go south, look up. I hate puzzles like that. What happens if we look up? So, okay, why don't we do that? Nah, let's figure this out. All right, how does one stand on a chair? You can't stand on the chair. So, Inform 7, stand on chair. Yeah, so it's a supporter. Why can't I stand on it? Then again, I don't need to... Yeah. Okay, so at the top of the stairs, we can say instead of standing on the chair, we got to do a few things. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to go all the way back to the player themselves. So we have the player starting inventory, all this kind of stuff. We have not set any like parameters on the player themselves. So we could do something like the player can be up the chair or down the chair. The player is usually... No, the player is down the chair. So typically, like, maybe we'll get kind of bonked for this, but I'm going to try anyway. Instead of standing on the chair, if the player is down the chair, say, I can also see I'm on a boat. I'm on a chair. Instead of going down, down the chair is, if the player is up the chair, yeah. Yeah, Why don't we do that? Now the chair is scenery. Otherwise, say, so once we're on the chair, so stand chair. What if we stand chair again? I can't do that. Otherwise, which would be the players up the chair, say, I can't do that. Easy peasy. Instead of going down, if the player is up the chair, now the chair is scenery. Now the player is up the chair. Instead of going down, if the player is up the chair, say, what does it do? Stand chair. Down. Now the player is down the chair. Try looking. Otherwise, try going down. So what happens? No! Okay. Now the player is up the chair, followed by a semicolon. Which only makes sense to me inside a ruler phrase, which we're in. Oh, but we hit that. Otherwise, say, I can't do that. Now the player is down the chair. Now the chair is not scenery. Try looking. Cool, cool, cool. Player can be up the chair or not on or down the chair. Create an either or property which will be held by a variable, but because the player can have different values at different times, it's not clear who or what should have it says the player. Oh, a person. So again, with this, error messages, it's not only telling you what's wrong technically, but it gives you like an example of how to fix it. The most common cause of this is saying something like the player can be ambitious. The player is actually a variable because the perspective of play can change. Instead, either say a person can be ambitious. If you really only want the default player to be involved, yourself can be ambitious. But no. Anybody can be up there. Just no other people. Oh. Well, that's not a real verb. Cool. So we need to create a new verb. And that's kind of like, let me double check before I yeah, it looks like there's no, oh, there is. Yes. Oh, well, maybe. Can I just make the chair enterable? Is that something I can do? I think that's the right way to do it. What if we say, instead of entering the chair, stand on something is entering. Oh, entering, not entering on. Yeah, that'll happen. Okay. Just keep moving forward. All right. Stand on chair. I cannot see any such thing. How dare you? What do you mean? Wait, I'm all the way on the garden pathway. What happened here? We got something got screwy. And this is the benefit of using replay, but also kind of the drawback. Since when we got the slab. Uh-oh. Maybe. Yeah, let's try that. So it's the instead of going down rule that got kind of screwy. Definitely some typos. Ooh. Okay. So that was me just trying something. Stand on chair. I can also see I'm on a chair. So what if I say down? Stand on chair. Down. Hey, all right. Bonus. Good answer. Stand on chair. So stand chair. So yeah, so that's something where we can do understand, stand something as entering. Would help if I could type. Just try that again. So down, stand chair. Boom. I can stand on a chair. How nice. Okay. So we've done that. So now, instead of looking up, if the player is up the chair, instead of looking up when the player is in the top of the stairs, if the player is up the chair, say Neeny Weeny. Otherwise, say Noni Woni. So right. Semicolons. Let's see if capitalization matters. Nope. Cool. Cool. We're definitely making progress on this. We will let's take advantage of our stream break. We'll be right back. Let's chill out to some tunes. Take a quick break. Do all that kind of brain work that needs to happen while coding. We'll see you in 10. Okay. Let's figure out this chair. It's just a chair. How hard could it be? How much could just one chair cost? Okay. So, which seems to introduce... Let's switch back. So, report on translation failed. We have an error. So, the top of the stairs. So, instead of looking up when the player is in the top of the chairs, in the top of the stairs, seems to introduce a rule taking effect only if the action is looking up when the player is in the top of the stairs. So let's take this out for a second. We can comment things out just by using square brackets and replay. And it's going to take a minute because we're pretty far into the game. And we don't necessarily need to play through it the entire way, but we find errors better when that happens. Like we did with so if we look up, I see nothing unexpected in that direction. So we only want to look up when the player is in the top of the stairs. So if we do that, okay. So let's search the documentation. So when the player is in or on something, in the cage, in a dark room, So this looks... This looks very close, but no, that's not what we're looking for. That's light and darkness. When the player is... Let's search for when the player is in. When the player is in the cage. In or on something. So no, that's not quite it. Yeah, so when the player is in is correct. Instead of looking, maybe looking a direction isn't the quite the right thing. Huh. Oh, interesting. Okay. So look up is specifically, well, look direction. What if we... Okay. Let's do that again. Cuz maybe we can look left or look right. So if we look left, look west. Okay. So looking a direction is something that we can do. What other directions do we have? Direction. Going, go direction, going, push something direction, pushing it to. So that's not in the list. Okay. Instead of looking, maybe looking a direction? When the player... Nope. Instead of exiting before going outside, before... Yeah, so this is more moving something. That's like creating a train with a schedule. Which is interesting. Yeah, that's interesting for sure. That's all future events, though. Oh, well, we can... This gives us the answer that I wanted, which is something that we can add, and I can check off my list. The right-hand status line is time of day, and maybe that's one thing that we can do. Just clean up some of these early issues. So let's actually clean up some of these issues, because that actually got me something. That's for sure. Because we've got the top of the stairs. Maybe it just needs to be capitalized. Nope. Capitalization typically doesn't matter in this game in inform, so that makes sense. Ah, yes, we have a time. So we should be able to tell what time it is. Okay, distant church clock strikes 9. Perfect. Okay. Well, we did that. So let's check that off. Time and status bar. Let's also, let's solve some of these things. Pagination and intro. So, let's, yeah. Press space to continue. Inform. So we need to pause the game. Okay. Yeah. So let's start there. And we can quickly get to where we need to be. Let's start from the beginning. We need semicolons, of course. I like this. Again, this is the phrase which I don't recognize. Well, all right. Okay. Yeah, example. Okay, so press enter to continue the scene. Wheel. It looks like we'll need a extension. So let's update, pause the game wait for the space key. And then, hey, I've never installed an extension. Let's take a look at that. Basic screen effects. Gulks text events, complex listing, basic screen event. So how do we wait for the space key? Stop game abruptly. Well, that's kind of fun. Yeah. Oh no. Okay. So pause the game. That's all within the basic screen effects. So we just include that at the top. And let's update this to be use and include. No. Let's put that at the top. Well, all right. We have it working. It's not quite working. Let's try hitting go instead of reset. There we go. Quite. Okay. So we have the pagination on the intro. We don't need to deal with eating fruit. So let's also handle going north from outside the house. So instead of going north when the player is in the outside, the house, go to north. No, why don't we do now the player is in the northern pond. Is it going to work? Yes. So if we go east, we're outside the house. We go north, we're in the northern pond. We go west, we go north. Cool. Okay. So we are definitely cleaning up this list of issues. I thought I found my old map, but I did. I did. Okay. So we've done that. All right. What happens if we examine something that's not there? I can't see any such thing, no. I want it to always say, I see nothing special. So, fail? Yes. Okay, actions. Every action ends in success or failure. Cool. So we can redefine that failure. So that it always says the same thing. So maybe we have all this. Yeah, mistakes. So when fails. No. When action fails. When action fails, inform. 7. Yes. So rules are great. Before, instead, check taking, carry out taking, after, report taking. So after examining fails, that should work, huh? After examining something fails, say, I see nothing special. After examining fails. Let's pull that back one. Nope. Yeah, check carry out report. Yeah. So reporting. So inform 7 if action fails. Action processing, success and failure. Hey, success and failure. After examining failed. After examining something failed. Nope, none of that. Okay. So we have done some of that, but no. Yeah, well, it says try silently. That's definitely one way to do it. Yeah, rulebooks and stop the action. What if we did that? Yeah. We have quite a bit here. I think we can come back to that. That's fine. Okay, let's hit replay. I mean, we've added 1,500 words. So, okay. Let's take advantage of our walkthrough. So we go east, we go east, we go north. We examine the pond. We get the piping. We go west. We go west. We go north. We go north. We go west. We open the door. We enter the cabin. We examine the drawer. We get the clip. We leave. We go north. Go north. We push the slab. We go down. We open the door. We go. Door. No. We open the door. Why does opening move us? That's a tunnel entrance. Front lawn, garden pathway. The slab is a region. The west of the front lawn is in the slab. Is that going to break? The slab area. What if we call it the tunnels? And then we go to the index and we can see, yes. Okay. West of the front lawn, it's in the tunnels. So now we can say because I do want to keep things organized, and I do like having things organized. Hot pocket. Yep. Oh, hey. Go door, go tunnel. Okay. So instead of opening the wooden door, now the wooden door is open. So this is what happened. We have the door. Wooden door is the door is scenery, is closed and openable. So, really, I don't think we need any of this. We should be able to replay. And take all that out, and we should be able to go door. Open door. Right. So we can just keep going back and forth using the door. So go door works. Okay. How is go tunnel supposed to work? Right. Okay. So we should be able to say understand tunnel as the wooden door. And it should go tunnel. And it does. How convenient. Very good. So we cleaned that up. And of course I said, oh, we'll finish this today. We're not finishing this today. And that's okay. I mean, I think it's important that, like, even a simple game where we have everything laid out for us, you know, there's a lot of time figuring out, okay, how do we actually do this? How do we figure all this out in order? I wonder about these things. And it makes me feel better for the other game that I'm writing, that I kind of hit a wall. And that's because I don't have it all figured out. But okay. So go tunnel. We can go we can go north. We go down. Lift. Trap door. We go down. We cheat and we can pull the cord. Examine the shelf. We don't need that, but we can translate the symbols. We examine the bed. We get the lighter. I feel like I'm missing something. Examine the table. Right. Get the newspaper. Sure. Let's get all. And we can go up. And we can go door. And we can go up. So what all do I have? I have everything I need. We can bend the clip. We can slide the newspaper. Yes. So when I said slide, is that a standard verb? Yeah, so I think I'm going to change this. I think I'm going to go, because it's a 2-word parser. And as much as I want to say, okay, so instead of sliding the old newspaper, it's because I didn't. Yep. As sliding. That's a new verb. Oh, now come on. Understand, yes. You wrote understand slide something as sliding. But understand as should be followed by a meaning, which might be an action. Oh, right. So I have to say sliding is an action applying to one visible thing. Understand slide something is sliding. And then if we look, okay. Now that we have slid something, so we're kind of, all right, outside the front door. Instead of sliding the old newspaper, if the newspaper is unslid, now the printed name is the newspaper under the door. Oh, whoops. When the player is in the outside the front door. So, because it's a new verb, we can start with up here, we can say instead of sliding, say slide it where? Because what happens? Do we still have the newspaper? Yeah. What happens if we say slide newspaper outside? Oh, just say I can't do that. Even better. Everybody loves a really useful error message. But if we go north... Oh, no. Huh. Oh, wait. No, we're still in the garden pathway. Now we can say, okay. And the newspaper's under the door. And we're in great shape. So then we can use the clip. Did I bend the clip before that? Yes. Okay. Pull news. Get brass. Get news. Awesome. Unlock door. Go door. So we get to the dining room, pull candelabrum, go opening, get flag, leave, west, west, get rod, east, up, west, examine the bed, get card, east, north, get chair, drop chair. And we're back to where we were. So we just cleared out a bunch of little bugs. That's nice. Let's see what we can get further. I do quite like that. So the only thing that we haven't totally figured out is solving the examine fail message. So like when we try to examine something that doesn't exist, it gives the default message, not the message that we want. And that might be something for cleaning up off stream. But we've got just about an hour before my brain totally melts. Let's see how much further we can get. So the next thing that we really need to do. So we've dropped the chair. We can stand on the chair, right? Stand, chair. Okay. I am on a chair. So if we look, I'm at the top of the stairs with the exits north, east, west, and down. Great, great. Oh, you know what? No, it's not scenery. Doesn't switch scenery at all. So now the printed name of the chair is I'm on a chair. And it's only 8:30 a.m. So I'm pretty sure the game ends at 10 a.m. And we can debate whether or not we want to do that. I can see and I'm on a chair here. No, we don't want that. We want... Yeah. Now the chair is scenery. But... if the player is up the chair, we do some fancy stuff. We do paragraph, break. I can also see I'm on a chair. And if. How's that? Love it. Okay. So the way that this puzzle works is that once we're here and we're up on the chair, we look up and it opens up that panel. And then we go panel. So, all right, we need to figure out how to look up. Hey, why does it do that? That's kind of weird. I'll do that. That's way too many line breaks. There we go. That's quite good. And I think what maybe we can do too, along with the examination fail, there's got to be a way to edit how the item list works. Okay. So, how do we say instead of looking up? Because it definitely, I see nothing unexpected in that direction. So, looking in a direction in Form 7. I mean, we're in Form 10, but it's all the same. Yeah, it's just one of those, like, things. Yeah, check looking when the room describing action is the going action. Well, that's interesting. What if we search the documentation for look up? And, like, not look up spines, but, like, yeah, a look direction command. Okay. Oh, it's facing. So instead of facing up, yeah, let's try face. That's totally a verb. No. All right. Let's start with facing up. So facing, is that? No. That's not a verb either. Okay. Yeah, all right. So it's a new verb. So we put it in our new verb section. Understand look direction as facing. I've been doing it backwards. from how they say. And then, okay, so we have that, and then we can say instead of facing up, now we've got this. Now it would be instead of facing up when the player is in the top of the stairs. If the player is up the chair, say one thing, otherwise say another. Yes. So then if we go down, we can say look up, Nani Wani. So what if we're not in that room and we do look up? Nothing happens. So what if we're not in that room and we do look up? I see nothing special. Cool. So yeah, so instead of using, instead of sliding, instead of facing, our default is I see nothing special. And we can, that'll be fine. Okay. So if we go south and we go stand chair. What? Oh no, I've already seen the panel in the ceiling. So why don't I, so you can't stand on the chair. No. Stand on chair. Oh, I'm already on a chair. That's why. So if we look up, then the panel is there. It's closed. It needs to be opened. Can we just go up? Up? Okay. So I will be honest, I also didn't really love this puzzle. Because it's one of those things where like okay, if we go down and we get the chair, we go north and we drop the chair and we stand on the chair. Oh, I guess you can always stand on the chair. But even still. Okay. So it shows us a panel. So it gives us that I can also see. Say I can also see line break, panel in the ceiling, line break, I'm on a chair. It's kind of like a boat. Okay. Otherwise, rule fails. So what happens if I go down and try to look up? I see nothing special. Okay. And then the ceiling panel is a door. The ceiling panel is up from the top of the stairs and down from what is it called? The attic? It's closed. I think it's just the attic. We can always rename it. All right. So we've definitely made some very real progress. I will say that. And I won't lie, I'm a little frustrated. I just kind of want to color for a little bit. So I'm going to color in. I'm going to use, not just color, but I'm going to use regions to better demarcate the areas on our map. Because it can be kind of nice. Because we've got the cabins area. So the inside, the west cabin is in the cabins area. It's not going to work, is it? It is. How nice. And then, all right, we talked about the the tunnels area. Actually, I want to call it the tunnels area to be consistent. I do so love consistency. It's in the tunnels area. The tunnel entrance is in the tunnels area. The inside the tunnel is in the tunnels area. I wonder if it'll continue calling itself that or not. We'll find out. The deep steps. Trapdoor is a door. So it looks like I separated out the door in this case. I wonder if I do that in every case. I don't think I do. But maybe it made sense with that one case. Oh, no. Oh, okay. That's just because I can't type. And really what I'm looking for is just yeah, look at that. Okay. So that feels good. We can always organize more, but this is definitely looking more and more like a map. Okay. So open panel. Can't reach. Okay. So, okay. That's kind of nifty. So the ceiling panel is a door. The ceiling panel is up and down from the attic. Ceiling panel is openable. Ceiling panel is closed. Instead of opening the ceiling panel, if the player is down the chair, say, can't reach. Otherwise, I don't know, do something. Stand chair. Open panel. Now the panel is opened. So what, can I just close the panel real quick? Close panel. No. Yes. Now the panel is open. Say something. I can also see an open panel. I'm on a chair. Interesting. Okay. Oops. Got some random instead of there. Oh. No, it's the ceiling panel. I mean, it's a door. I probably don't need to say that it's openable. So south, get on chair, look up, open panel, go panel. Great. Go panel. Oh, it's not the attic, it's the loft. The loft is a room. I am within the loft. One corner appears dark and foreboding. The stairs are down below me. The bucket is a thing in the loft. Can I examine the bucket? I see nothing special. Okay. And we hit replay again. Again and again and again. No. That's the loft. Oh. You see, if we look at our map, you can see somewhere, hey, there's the loft. And it's totally not where it needs to be. And that's because I didn't say where the light... Yep, the loft. Let's try that one again. Do. Hey, I can see a bucket here. Get bucket. Get bucket. We can go down. We can go down. Can we go down? I am within the loft. So that's kind of interesting that so the panel yeah. Interesting. Okay. Well, I've got everything there. Now, yeah, we can do this. We can do this in one more time. And then we'll finish the game next week. Not next week. I'm out next week. We're on vacation all next week. Or at least early on. We go down. We go south. Oh, no. I do have my key. Okay. So, we're at the top of the stairs. We can go south. Nope. We can go down. We go south. So, we have to go back because this happens every time. So this is really an after situation. The tunnels. After going south from the front hallway, say the door slams behind you. Now the front door is closed. Now the front door is locked. And now we run through the entire game. Do 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 do. Try looking. So it's definitely this like issue I've been having even still with like instead versus after versus carry out versus all those things. Okay. So then we go south. We go south one more time. We go south one more time. And we go east. And we're finally back to this. So south, 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 east. We're finally back to this east cabin. Which, if we remember, the east cabin says that it's locked. So if we use the card, I missed what it said. Damn. Instead of using the card, this all kind of like follows the same universe. So I'm actually gonna do some copy and paste and some minor reorganization. There we go. Instead of using the card, say the card grants you access, because that's all I could really read. And then, alright, the cabin door is east. It's closed and openable. It's scenery. The cabin door east is locked. Cabin door east is scenery. The cabin door east is west of inside the east cabin and west and east of outside the east cabin. Printed door is cabin door. Understand door is cabin door west. So we probably don't need the understand door. Maybe we do. Now, the cabin door east is unlocked. Yes. Now the cabin door east is unlocked. Now the cabin door east is open. If cabin door east is open, say some shit. All right. Replay. New. There we go. Just some frantic semicolons. And it says 10 o'clock. So, enter door. Inside the east cabin is in the cabins area. Instead of entering, try going west. Oops. So this is where it starts getting a bit wonky, because it said like inside the cabin is a large crate marked FX. There is a wall mirror beside which stands a mannequin. All right, let's start examining things. Examine mirror. I see nothing special. Examine mannequin. Okay. So if we examine the mannequin, mannequin is so the clapperboard is a thing in the inside the east cabin. Mannequin is scenery in the inside the east cabin. Instead of examining the mannequin, now the black cloak is in the inside the east cabin. The black cloak is a thing the black cloak is nowhere. The description is something. All right, so let's examine the clapperboard. Nothing special. Let's examine the cloak. It looks spooky. Okay. Get the clapperboard. Get the cloak. Can't carry anymore. What can I get rid of? I don't want to get rid of any of this. Alright. I don't think we need that, though. Mirror doesn't give us anything. Crate gives us something. So, if the black cloak is nowhere, otherwise, exam mannequin just to be sure. Yeah, I see nothing special. Boop. So what was right? So got it. The large crate is scenery in the inside the east cabin. Instead of examining, I'm going to say instead of searching as well. Large crate. Large crate. If the squib is nowhere, now the squib squib. So again, like the lack of signposting, the lack of really anything to tell you what this squib is, and like I know that the squib's used for something, but I needed the walkthrough to tell me what it was. And yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. The squib is a thing. The squib is nowhere. And there's no description. So, okay. Of course. Semicolon, semicolon, semicolon. We're so close. I just need to be able to spell and type. So we've gone this whole way. All right, so use card. The card grants you access. I can also see an open door. Go door. Enter door. Huh. So we have inside the east cabin. Yeah, why are we having such trouble here? I mean, we could just go east. So how did I do that for the west cabin? Instead of entering west cabin on... Yes. Instead of entering east cabin and outside the west cabin, and it seems like maybe... Oh, you know what? I didn't... Yeah. Okay. So that should work now. For all of this still works. Okay. No, we still can't see a door. Why can't we see a door? You know, the east cabin is the scenery. Cabin door east is closed and openable. Cabin door east is west of inside the cabin and east of outside the east cabin. Enter cabin. Enter east cabin. Huh. What's going on? So we've got our map. Map seems right. We have inside the east cabin. That's east of outside the east cabin. We have a door west through the cabin door east to outside. East through cabin door east to inside. Maybe it's because everything is just like named cabin door. Yeah, that's what's hurting us. I can just write that down for later, though. It's weird. Certainly not finishing this today. But all right, let's go inside the cabin. And let's test this. So let's get the clapperboard. While we're thinking of it, inside the east cabin. Understand clap as the clapperboard. Cool. So if we examine the mannequin and we do it again, see nothing special. Let's add a line break there. Hit replay. Everything should just work. My favorite way things should be. And we've definitely gotten somewhere today. Great. And then if we search the crate, get squib, examine the cloak. It looks spooky. Let's get the cloak. We got all sorts of stuff now. So what have we accomplished today? So we did the entirety of the second floor of the house. The entirety of, well, the attic, I guess, if that's a third floor. We did the dining room and the secret room. And I will not lie, that secret room is like my favorite thing in the entire game. We did the lounge. We mostly got inside the east cabin. We squashed a bunch of bugs. We did some more regioning. We crossed off a lot of things that we thought about. We got the introduction to have the spacebar. Still don't know how I feel about it, but just for testing, we have the time and the status bar. We changed how the newspaper worked to fit more with the two-word parser vibe. Yeah. Oh, and we fixed the pathfinding for the north of the house. So we got a lot accomplished. What did we say when we started? Said something about like 2,400 words, 2,500 words. What are we at now? We added 2,000 words to the source. We now have 29 rooms. We have 51 things. We made some good progress today. Still didn't finish it. We have probably one more week to do. But we officially got through all of this. So we got up to the 6th paragraph. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got up to the 7th paragraph. 8, 9, 10. So we have 3.5 paragraphs to go. We have coming up, we have people. So that's cool. We have an animal. That's also cool. We get to light some stuff on fire. That's cool. And we get to find the last sort of thing that I noticed about this author, about Geoff Larsen. And that's that, boy, he loves solutions to problems being climbing. I don't know if it's just a limited verb set or what, but less so in this game and more so in the 9 Dancers. The solution to every problem in the 9 Dancers is climb, and I don't know how I feel about that. So we've got that, and then the last thing that we would need to figure out is the timing. How long does it really take? And maybe that'll be something that would be worth just watching the playthrough that I did. You know what? I wonder if I have just enough time to figure this out. So, what I really, really want is to have the flash page. So, let's reset. Yeah, that right there is what I personally want. I want that splash page. And maybe there we go. Okay. So I have the image. What I really want, yeah, figures. I want a figure. All right. So it says chapter 23. Let's do that and then call it a night. So where documentation? Let's go home. Figures, sounds, and files beyond text. How we view pictures. I don't really care. I just want one thing. Okay. Well, great. So, we need to get a hold of the pictures that we want to use. Blah, blah, blah. JPEG or PNG. It'll be a JPEG. The pictures then need to be put in a special place where Inform can reach them. It would need to be in dot materials. So, alright. No, you don't get to see my actual inbox. But yes, Wychwood materials. Okay. And then it gets put into new folder. Figures. And then, okay. We call it title splash. Great. Okay. So we can start all the way at the top. And we do figure of title of, let's call it splash screen, is the file title splash dot JPEG. Okay. And then display the figure of the woodland. So it's really called figure of splash screen. So you probably not need to say figure of. It seems a little weird, but figure of splash screen. All right. Now let's start. Let's see if it actually works. It does. Oh my gosh. Wait, let's start. Oh, we got our image. I might want to edit this image later. Maybe make it more square. But again, like one of the things, and one of the things that pulled me in about this, I'm sure it's janky more because it's so sorry about the flashing, but yeah, one of the things that really brought me in about this game was the title screens. I mean, it gives you everything that we need. I love it. So yeah, so we have pretty successfully done quite a bit here. I'm pretty proud. Let's call it a night. Again, not where I wanted to be, but you know, the nature of any project is you're not where you want to be. Let's say that, all right, so next week, obviously, I'm off. Happy holidays. We are most probably here tomorrow. I think we're here tomorrow. If we are, we will be playing A Rope of Chalk, which is a really, really cool game by Ryan Veeder. A really great writer. And then Friday, I am happy holidaying. Monday, I am still happy holidaying. I'm actually getting back like at 8:30 on Monday. And so Tuesday, we will most likely be back again. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for all the wonderful emotional support of coding. And definitely thank you for like kind of supporting doing this. This is kind of a weird project, and definitely kind of a weird stream. But I think it's important to actually show off like, hey, this is how the sausage gets made. This is how these kind of games get made. So it's definitely something, you know, that I think is important. You know, and something that, especially if you like interactive fiction, this is like the most bare bones interactive fiction. Doing any other kind of game programming or anything like that, you know, there's so many different ways that, you know, you can get kind of you know, into all this kind of stuff, but being able to do it without really needing graphics, being able to do it without really needing anything, and kind of taking game design at its most basic, I kind of really appreciate that.